him immensely and was younger than he was in Tampa. So Mike Tomlin, he's got the pedigree. Not only that, the Steelers just don't fire coaches. They don't do it. 25 years. Ask me after Tomlin's been there 25 years. Because then maybe they will make a change, and even if they do at that point, he won't be fired. He won't get fired. He'll just retire and then end up coaching the Cardinals. I mean, that's the way the Steelers do business. Steelers fans are incredible. And sometimes in a really bad way. And that's kind of probably comes along with just an unhealthy complex. I said it yesterday. The Otters, these kids right now, they almost have an unhealthy complex with losing or with winning, to the point where when they lose, they don't exactly know how to deal with it. And when your team is that great that you have to learn how to lose, that's a good problem to have. The Steelers, the fans, same thing. They just think Super Bowl. They think 6 Super Bowls, 2 in most people's lifetimes now. But they think Steel Curtain, they think Steelers class of the league. Well, guess what? The Steelers are only as good as the players on the roster. And there are a lot of ways that I can't really handle the way James Harrison does business, the way Antonio Brown acts when they're losing, the way that he acts towards quarterbacks. But managing all that and making it work together is what will make the team successful. But don't get me wrong. I understand how unbearable a Steelers fan can be, and that makes me even more so appreciate the fans that can call in and discuss their teams rationally and disassociate their love of the team from their analysis of what's going on. Now, all that being said, I also appreciate, to a great extent, just the kind of foaming at the mouth fanhood that comes through when we talk about sports all too often. The burning jerseys when players leave town, things like that. That part is it's to be appreciated. But at the same time, I always appreciate the fan that can speak rationally and remove emotion from it. I don't know if I could remove emotion. If I were a Bills fan, I don't know if I could remove the emotion from last night. And I think that I'd also be speaking rationally and saying they got completely hosed by referees. I didn't even see the entire game. I'm just talking about the end of the first half. I'm guessing that there were a lot of other calls that didn't make a lot of sense in this game. The end of the first half, they botched that thing so badly. So badly. You got Sherman plainly offsides. He ends up tackling Dan Carpenter by his knee with his shoulder. That's after he had time to hit the ball away from the holder. Guess what? You shouldn't be there that quickly. You can't really do so legally, I don't think. But he ends up getting a 5-yard penalty for being offsides, right? Isn't that what they called? It was something stupid. And then they come back, and the Bills, they're without their kicker now because he remained on the field. He got hit in the knee. So they didn't have a timeout. He had to leave the field for a play and taken because of an injury timeout, essentially. So the Bills, they had a play to burn. They spiked the ball, and they just lose. Or they didn't lose any yards or anything. Bring Carpenter back out. Now, at this point, I don't know if they failed to reset the play clock after that spike. That has to be the case, right? They couldn't have reset the play clock after the spike. Whatever the case, now you've got a referee standing over the ball. The play clock expires for 6, 8, 10 seconds. And it wasn't until they snap the ball and Dan Carpenter goes to kick it that they start blowing the play dead and calling the delay of game. So now they nail him with the delay of game that they probably didn't deserve. And they take 5 steps backwards, and Dan Carpenter completely botches the kick. But by that point, he'd made one, the one that they blew dead. So I don't know. The only reason that I think that it mattered was it ended up being a 6-point game. The last play of the game for Buffalo was them going for it on 4th down and not making it. Well, guess what? If they had those 3 points, then maybe they're going for it, or they're not going for it. Maybe they're kicking a field goal in that scenario. From what I can tell, debauchery last night on the part of Walt Anderson and his crew. 461-1330. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
Hey, Alex. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Apparently we need to start calling you the unicorn. The one Steeler fan that doesn't talk BS.
I try not to. Sometimes it slips out. I got to be honest.
You're absolutely right about that game last night, though. They had to switch balls after the spike to bring that kicking ball back out.
Yeah, did they reset the clock? Do you know?
I don't know, but like you said earlier, that umpire, one official, was standing over the ball up until there was 4 or 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was actually amazing. I don't understand why they blew the whistle, or why they blew the play dead. I mean, at that point, if your referee is right in the middle of everything, then maybe the course of action is let the guy kick the field goal, and then we will figure out whether or not that referee should have been standing there. If that's the case, we'll assess the 5 yards. He can try to kick the ball again, which he ended up doing, but we're not screwing this team, quite frankly, out of 3 points. That's what happened in my eyes.
Oh, obviously. I agree with you 100%.
And the Seattle wasn't that great last night. That was a beatable team. Tyrod, especially in the first half, looked good. McCoy healthy enough. The Bills could have won that thing last night.
How about that play at the end when Richard Sherman just knocked that guy down in the end zone? Just knocked him down.
This is the end of the game?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. He's in the right corner of the end zone. The ball wasn't headed in that direction. And Sherman pretty much, it was almost a form tackle. He just tackles the guy. I don't even know. That would be a personal foul. That wouldn't even be pass interference because the ball was not headed in his direction at all.
Yeah, I did get a ESPN alert that said that crew's not working next week, but they said it's not reflective of what happened last game. It was just supposed to happen that way.
What? Well, I don't know about all that because why would you send out an alert? Yeah, okay, that's interesting. ESPN, got to get their nose in it.
Always. I agree with the earlier callers about the NHL thing, though. There's no reason this game should not be on the NHL network.
Nah, the only reason is Gary Bettman, which they were also correct about. And the same can be said for opening night. You got Hockey Night in Canada, and I understand having that agreement, but opening night, there were some really, really good matchups that weren't even on TV. If I remember right, I think Toronto and Edmonton played to start the season. That's a matchup I would have loved to have seen. I don't know what numbers they'd get in the United States, but yeah, that they don't put the games people want to watch on TV. They don't make them easy to watch, it seems.
Not at all. But I'd rather see McDavid in Buffalo. But Edmonton, that opening night, because I have DirecTV, you had the NHL center ice package for free that week.
Right.
So I watched that game late, and they brought back not all, but a lot of the greats from Edmonton. And they were all talking about McDavid, how he could revive the franchise. You know, it's so great to have him there and all of that. So it's hard to watch him, but at least he's getting a lot of respect from a lot of the best players that hockey's ever had.
Yeah, hockey's unique like that. You don't get a parade for being a generational player in a lot of other sports, but Connor McDavid, man, he'll take this league by storm. I just hope he stays healthy. He'll have the guiding hand of Wayne Gretzky. That's never bad.
No, you can learn from a lot less worse players.
Yes, sir.
Well, hey, enjoy your evening, and we'll talk.
Appreciate it, Brian. 461-1330, the number to call, 461-1330. Go ahead, caller, you're on the Blitz.
Hey, Alex, not that I'm a Richard Sherman fan, but that last play in the end zone, I guess, was perfectly legal because the quarterback was outside of the pocket, and everybody's free game.
Oh, I thought it was after he threw the ball. That's interesting.
Yeah, once he rolls out, you can do everything you want except hold him, I think.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, what'd you think of the end of the first half? I didn't even catch the game, so I'm just going off of
I didn't see it. I was just reading about it today, and their point of the story was Richard Sherman, you know, the Stanford graduate, is such a student of the game and knows all these rules that the last play of the game, they were saying, was definitely perfectly legal by rule.
Okay, I'll buy that, yeah. I'm glad you brought that up.
But I didn't see any of it, and it's too bad because I would have liked to see them knock them off. But
it just seemed crazy. I mean, he hit him hard, so I guess I was more jarred by the hit.
Cheap shot, but I don't think it was illegal.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate it. 461-1330, the number to call. 461-1330. A little clarity on that situation. At least that last one. I caught a clip of that as well. Apparently when the quarterback rolls out of the pocket, everyone's fair game. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with that because what if you would have rolled out of the pocket to the right side and been throwing deep into that corner of the end zone? If Sherman crushes that guy and the quarterback's trying to throw him the ball, I would hope that'd be pass interference. Interesting. That seems to be something I'll have to look further into. For now, I'll defer to the last caller's analysis. It sounded like he was reading up on it. So maybe I need to watch that game from last night to see how bad the refs were. There we go, NHL or NFL. You're fixing things. Bring back the replacement refs. That's why we all stopped watching. We love that stuff. Bring them back. We'll get those numbers right back up. All right, I got to take my last break. Won't be a lot of time left after, but we'll go to the phones and also set the scene for tonight. It's a hockey night on Election Day 2016 here in the United States. Go figure.
Tired of your glasses? Tired of your contacts? If you want to wake up and go, then schedule your free LASIK consultation today. Time is running out to save 10% off your custom blade-free LASIK procedure and get discounted preoperative testing too. Don't lose your flexible spending money this year. And if you need financing, we can help.
Tell a friend who can't see.
455-7591 or online at erielasereye.com. Laser eye surgery of Erie. Better vision begins with us.
Some restrictions apply. Individual results may vary and are not guaranteed. This procedure may not be suitable for all patients.
Special Olympics Pennsylvania invites you to take the polar plunge on Saturday, November 12th at Presque Isle. I'm Janine Calabrese, Special Olympics PA gold medal athlete, and I need you to be freezing for a reason.
That's right, Janine. This is Mike Ruzzi from Erie News Now, inviting you to sign up, jump in, and feel warm about making a better future.
Team Janine and Team Ruzzi will be back. Join us or start your own team today.
Go to plungepa.org to sign up now. That's plungepa.org.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
What's your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes, twice a day. Save the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
And let's focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, and, of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance so common with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back in the home stretch here for the Sports Blitz on a rainy Tuesday. Soccer going on right now. You've got Villa Maria tied with South Park in the 3A girls. It's halftime. That was 7 minutes ago. So if you need some news on high school sports action going on, playoff action, follow Tom Reisenweber at ETN Reisenweber on Twitter. Also check out goerie.com/varsityprime. You can find the scoreboard on there. Again, Villa Maria and South Park scoreless in the 3A girls soccer playoffs. So good stuff to keep track of there. Also tonight you've got the Erie Otters taking on Owen Sound, a team, again, that's played them tough. They came to the barn and stopped them, the Otters, for some time. You can't hold them off the board for that long. But Owen Sound, they had something for him last time, so we'll see. Now is when you'll start to learn a lot about the Otters, because I think that we'll see how they make adjustments to Owen Sound. Owen Sound will know what worked for them last time they were here and try to go back to that game plan. And if the Otters have adjusted to it, then I would expect, and I think that they probably have, I would expect this game tonight to be heavily in the Otters' favor. So I'm predicting like a 6-3, 5-2 victory for the Otters. And they've been good. I mean, this team, if they grow at all, they're going to be tough to handle in the OHL. And by growing, I don't mean size. I like the fact they can skate around guys. They're fast. They just need to grow together as a team, kind of learn how to lose or how to come back from just getting 1 point, and that's not a bad problem to have. So we'll see. DeBrincat yesterday, maybe he'll be more inspired after he signed that 3-year entry-level deal with Chicago finally yesterday. I'm interested in finding out from him if that's something that distracted him. Was that a monkey that he kind of felt on his back, or what? So we'll check on all that tonight. It'll be 7 o'clock at Erie Insurance Arena. If you're over there, look for me to say hi. Elsewhere, you can watch Crosby McDavid if you are not out, and then you can mute that game and put Aaron Cooney on the call for the Otters on Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM The Fan. So you'll be all over everything hockey-wise. I'll just have to go out to the concourse and check out the flat screen out there anytime I get a chance tonight. But that said, see you over at the rink. Erie Otters taking on Owen Sound tomorrow. Hope to hear from someone from WSEE, and it'll be a fun show. Wednesday, we'll be talking hockey, and we'll know our next president of the United States, pending something absolutely crazy, which you never really know. Wouldn't hold my breath on that one. So thanks to Zach Borland for calling in, talking baseball with me. Thanks to you for listening. This has been a Tuesday edition of the Sports Blitz. Tomorrow, same time, same place, 4 to 6, right here on Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM The Fan. Have a good night, everybody.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stewart, AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
The new college football playoff rankings will be released tonight just over 1 hour from now. There will be a new fourth-place team since Texas A&M lost to Mississippi State last Saturday. So we'll find out whether Washington, Ohio State, or Louisville will join Alabama, Clemson, and Michigan. Speaking of Texas A&M, head coach Kevin Sumlin says quarterback Trevor Knight will miss the rest of the regular season with a shoulder injury sustained in the loss to Mississippi State. The NBA today fined Indiana's Paul George $15,000 for kicking the ball into the stands in Saturday's win over the Chicago Bulls. Tonight's action tips off just over 1 hour from now as the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers, the NBA's lone undefeated team at 6-0, host the 4-2 Atlanta Hawks. I'm Isaac Lowenkron.
College football is on FS1. Watch Thursday for a Pac-12 matchup as the Utah Utes take on the Arizona State Sun Devils.
Pass near side. He's going to take it into the end zone.
Coverage begins at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Steve Gorman Sports is on.
I'm loving it.
Hey, download our app and listen to us anywhere.
Turn it up.
Spinning stories that matter to you in a unique way.
If you think everything I'm saying is nuts, that's fine. That's great. I encourage you to share that you think I'm crazy.
Don't go crazy! Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here he is.
Well, you're one of my all-time favorite rock drummers, and now you repeat that radio song.
Steve Gorman.
Steve Gorman Sports, Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit Geico.com. Get yourself a free rate quote. I'm your host, Steve Gorman, Jeffrey Gorman.
My man, I'm excited, waiting for the white smoke or black smoke, whatever it is. Whatever they do to elect presidents here. I know it's something like that, but there's smoke out of a chimney, and we're going to find out what the heck happens maybe by 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, when you see the white smoke, and if you walk outside and don't see your shadow, then you know we have a president.
Okay, I'm on
somewhere
it.
I
got the fever.
Somewhere in your Catholic upbringing, you got some lines crossed there.
I'm mixing lines, but you know what? Yeah. I've got the fever. Today's a historical day.
It is election day.
Not just in sports radio.
Right.
I mean, it's also a big day there, but don't get me wrong. I'm all juiced up on this thing.
It's election day, Jeffrey, and I'll take this is the one time I'll say it all year. Yeah. This should be a federal holiday.
Oh yeah.
Let everyone get out and vote.
Uh-oh!
What?
Wait a second.
What?
Uh-oh. You know what that means. Sorry, buddy. It's election day.
Right.
You're getting force-fed fun facts on past U.S. presidents all day. I don't care if you like it or not.
No, this is not actually. Brandon, turn the music off.
It was so cold at Ulysses S. Grant presidential inauguration that the Canaries that were supposed to sing at the inaugural ball froze to death. Damn!
Hold on. Singing Canaries.
That's what I'm giving you all day. Fun, unreal, but believable facts about the U.S. presidency.
But wait, are they unreal or not?
This is absolutely real.
Oh, I thought you said unreal.
No, but they're hard to believe. Ulysses S. Grant says, let's have a celebration. Bring them singing birds in. I want them chirping after I say I do. So he says I do. The birds don't chirp.
He says they froze to death?
They froze to death. It was so cold.
I would have thought maybe he breathed on them and that rye whiskey breath knocked them all down.
Don't try and change history. Do not try and change history.
I'm not trying to.
Yeah, you're making him a sauced-up guy. All he did is he loved Canaries. They froze to death. Moving on.
Okay, fair enough. Back to election day. No, regardless of who you're voting for or hope for the outcome, I think we can all agree. Thank God it's over. We're done. We just got to get to tomorrow.
Oh!
No.
Yes!
No.
Yes, this just in. Rutherford B. Hayes banished alcohol from the White House and held gospel sing-alongs every night of his presidency.
That's not true.
That is true. Don't you dare. Don't you. I worked on this at least 3 weeks.
Rutherford Hayes.
My sources do not lie to me. These are all presidential facts that I will give you for the next 2 hours.
Let me tell you this much right now. If I'm in the White House, I ain't banning alcohol. I'm making alcohol mandatory if I'm president.
Well,
don't kid yourself.
We're in different parties then, my friend.
Well, okay. First things first. Let's get on to football, but before that, I do have a political question.
Yes.
It's just a one-off, and then we'll move on.
Yes.
Any athlete currently playing or retired that you would want to see in the White House?
Yes.
If I said you have to put an athlete in the White House, who is it?
Tony Parker.
Tony Parker of the San Antonio Spurs and the man who was born in France.
Oh.
He's ineligible.
No. Make him eligible then.
Okay.
It's 2016, my friend. Okay. We're about to get a woman president. We had an African-American president. First, back to back.
So let's move on with not having a president not born in America.
Tony Parker. Very quiet, great leadership skills, a champion, a tomcat. We've heard that about him, as other presidential, presidents have been.
Yeah, sure.
Well, he's had some.
But you went for a point guard, interestingly enough, which I appreciate that. And I'll say the same thing. I'd go with Magic.
Would you?
Yeah.
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson as President of the United States.
President.
If you tell me there's got to be an athlete, that's who I think of first.
Okay. I wouldn't mind one of the Lopez twins in there. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but I don't know about that.
What are you saying?
I want a point guard.
Okay.
I want a point guard or a quarterback.
You stick on your political side of the fence, and I'll stick on mine, all right? So don't laugh at my candidates.
Okay, well, let's move on. You know the old saying, hell hath no fury like a field goal kicker's wife.
Yes.
Remember that theory?
What are you going on about?
I'm going on about Dan Carpenter of the Buffalo Bills.
Oh, yeah,
little
saw that.
skirmish last night on the field with Richard Sherman. We'll explain that story if you're not aware of it. But first things first, before that, after the game, Kayla Carpenter, Dan Carpenter's wife, tweeted a photo.
No, she didn't.
She did. She tweeted a photo of something called a bander. A bander is what's used on the farm to castrate large animals with, like bulls. And she said, "I know." This is the tweet. "I know what to do on the farm when a male cannot control his own rage." Hashtag Sherman.
Wait a minute. So the carpenter's wife, the kicker's wife, Carpenter, wants Richard Sherman's jewels to be cut off because he went offsides.
Apparently so.
Okay.
All I'm saying, like I said, you've heard it a million times. Hell hath no fury like a field goal kicker's wife.
Okay.
When you're married to a kicker in the league and you watch him get pushed around a lot, and then you watch Richard Sherman come in there and boat race him, hey. These things upset you. A crazy situation last night at the end of the first half.
Hey, Steve, I kind of liked it. I'm not going to lie to you. I kind of like that side of football. They're saying, hey, screw it. It's up to you. If I screwed it up, you throw a penalty, you throw a flag on me. If not, I'm going to hit the kicker in the mug.
53-yard field goal with a few seconds left in the first half. Seattle's they're going to try to cut the lead. This is Buffalo lining up. Richard Sherman jumps off sides. Not only does he jump off sides, he has an unimpeded path to try to block the kick. And he drills kicker Dan Carpenter, who went through with the kick, but he just absolutely takes him out. But he did get his hand to the ball.
Yeah.
He blocked the ball. There was what looked like to anyone watching a roughing the kicker play. Yep. No roughing the kicker call. No late hit personal foul on Sherman. None of that. They basically said, you're offsides.
You're offsides, yeah, 5-yarder.
So then they move the ball forward 5 yards. They re-kick it. After Carpenter's tended to on the field, medical staff, they move it 5 yards, but then as they put the ball down, they start running the clock again.
They can't put that kicker back in. He had trainers looking at him.
Trainers are looking at him.
So he's got to take a play off, yeah.
Got to take a play off. They have to spike the ball. Carpenter comes back in, makes that kick, but then because they started the clock too soon, there was a ref standing over the ball, and the clock's running. The refs, basically, they made a mistake, and then they compounded it with another mistake, and then just to top it off, made another mistake.
Jeez.
They have a delay of game call, move the ball back yet again. Carpenter shanks the 54-yarder this time. Long story short, the refs screwed the pooch on this one. Cost the Bills a field goal, which at the end of the game, this is a team that was down 6, driving in the red zone. Had they made that field goal at the end of the first half, assuming things had played out the same way, they would have been down 3. They got a chip shot to go to overtime. It didn't happen. They lose the game. Long story short, this didn't definitively impact the outcome of the game, but it pretty much impacted the outcome of the game.
Yeah, it certainly did. Rex got hosed on this thing, and I'm in agreement with him. I understand what he did. Richard Sherman, I did see the left hand go down on the ball, so if he made ball contact with his hand first and then run in the kicker, I'm okay with the play. He knew he was offsides, but I'm telling you, it's time, man. It is time, and I'll call this guy or this person or this woman or this machine, whatever it is, I'll call them Oz. We really do need an Oz in the NFL. We need an Oz that nobody hears, nobody sees, but they just issue statements from one guy, one czar of officiating in the NFL, and also has the ability to stop play, rewind it, and run the play again by getting it right. Now, games are going to be 4.5 to 5 hours long.
Thank you.
But I'm just saying we will not be complaining about the officiating in the NFL again. That's my ticket out of here. We need ourselves an Oz.
After the game, Sherman, after the play, which, by the way, and there's no getting around the fact, he did drill Dan Carpenter. It looked bad.
I went straight for the ball. I didn't go for the kicker. I slid for the ball. He should have not kicked it, Maybe he wanted to, I went for the ball. That's where I went. So when the ball gets tipped on the play, the rule is if it's tipped, there's no flag.
He's got a point. He didn't have to go through with it. The ball's tipped. There's no flag. I mean, he knows how the rules go.
The league has tweeted that it should have been unnecessary roughness. I know you've been very vocal about the league. Your reaction to that they've said that they missed the call.
That don't mean nothing to me. They've missed a ton of calls. We've dealt with missed calls all year. That wouldn't have helped them anymore. They still would have kicked the field goal.
It's a great point. Look, I'm doing Richard Sherman's basically saying this. I'm doing my job. The refs are doing their job.
Yep.
And that's really all you can hope for. If you have a problem with the way that first half went down, none of that is on Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
That's not his job. You don't self-check. You don't stand up and go, excuse me, that should have been a roughing the kicker. Mm-hmm. It's just not possible. It's not a part of the game.
It's getting to the point. Seriously, it's getting to the point where we're talking about officiating, and it started well before the Seattle Green Bay Hail Mary and things that went down. They blew the call. They got the call right. They didn't make the call. It started then, and it's just gaining steam that something needs to be done. I know I'm being facetious when I say we need someone behind the curtain like Oz, but we really do have to start finding a way that we can have one guy that's attached to each game, with a loop running of the game, and then looks at every single challenge, looks at every single play, and not only that, when they do blow it, when the human element is taken out of it, that's the toughest part that we've got to get through. When they say there was wrong, and he has to go back there with his held high, and knowing that he made a mistake and be back on the field to officiate again. I mean, it's a slippery slope. I don't know what the right thing is, but with all this technology and everything we have in 2016, I'm not saying take the refs out of it, but we may need just one ref or an umpire on the field that places the ball at the yard marker and lets the cameras and everything else do the work.
It's really the fact you made a second ago. The fact that we're talking about the refs more than once or twice a year, it has gotten
once or twice a year, Steve. It's once or twice a week.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Of
it's
the
unbelievable.
17-week NFL regular season.
We talked about it just the other day. What? No.
Yes. I forgot about this one.
What's that?
Thomas Jefferson and John Adams once traveled to Stratford-upon-Avon in England to visit Shakespeare's birthplace. While they were there, they took a knife to one of Shakespeare's chairs so they could take home some wood chips as souvenirs.
That doesn't sound very presidential at all.
I don't care what it sounds like. I'm giving you presidential
Fans of
facts
literature.
that I have just I've written more notes that my hands and fingers are bone right now. Bone, I tell you.
Back to the refs. We did talk about last week. Sean Payton was saying, "Look, we need our refs to go." No, I'm not. No.
I'm sorry, but it just struck me. Grover Cleveland was the only president in history to hold the job of a hangman. He was once the sheriff of Erie County, New York, and twice had to spring the trap at a hanging.
Are you serious? That's Grover Cleveland?
Do not question my factual presidents.
My factual president.
Or my president's factuals.
Presidential facts.
Yes, these are all true.
I got that. Can I get back to Ed Hockley for a minute?
Please.
Ed Hockley, probably the most well-known ref in the league right now.
Yeah, big guns on that sucker.
My man's a crew chief. He makes $200,000 a year. That's good part-time work. He's an attorney on the side.
Litigator, yeah.
He gave an interview a couple years ago. He said, "Look, refereeing's my full-time job. I'm an attorney on the side." That's what he said. I'm an attorney on the side. However, but it's not his full-time job. These guys aren't employed year-round by the NFL. You've made the point, basically, they still do the training. They still go through the thing.
But it's 2 weeks,
If you name them...
It's 2 weeks. That's it. It's 2 weeks.
What is 2 weeks?
It's 2 weeks when they come in and they say, hey, we got some new rule changes and stuff.
Before the season starts?
Before the season. It's about a 2-week thing. A lot of guys aren't there. Some of them do it electronically. Yes, Steve. Yes.
Well, then this is why it needs to become a full-time job. They need to be working all off-season on everything.
I'm not kidding you. I would put these guys at not a 9-to-5 job. I certainly wouldn't do that. But I'd make them come in 3 times a week for 4 hours a pop and just get your nose and your glasses buried in the computer and work over the rules of this game. Why not? I mean, if that's the case, guys making $100,000 a year, hey, NFL, bump them up to $135,000 a year and watch. You'll get better play out of your refs.
On Twitter, my buddy Pete Meyer tweeted in Phil Kessel for president.
Oh, the hockey man.
The hockey man.
Yeah.
And by the way, Meyer's a Wall Street guy, so Wall Street's all for Kessel, apparently.
Okay, yeah, Kessel.
And then I like this one. Andy Axel tweeted in, Tim Howard, who needs a wall? We have the wall. U.S. goalkeeper Tim Howard. See?
Well, we did have a wall, Steve. We did. Because Howard's kind of
done.
Sort of.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry. Hey, man, I'm just... Oh, no! No!
I say no.
George Washington never accepted his presidential salary, which was $25,000 a year. Never took a penny.
Yeah, he was the wealthiest man in America.
Don't care. He turned down $25,000. You turn $25,000 down, then I'll talk about you.
How is this even possible? Right now at Burger King, you can get 3 pancakes for 89 cents. 3 hot, fluffy, golden pancakes for just 89 cents. Unbelievable, but true. 3 pancakes, 89 cents. Only at Burger King. Limited time only. Price and participation vary. Kaepernick has weighed in on the candidates, and the candidates have weighed in on Colin Kaepernick. That is next.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to find out who will win it all.
So you voted for an idol, a voice, the next top model, to get the Tom Hanks character off Survivor. Sharp spoken. Now it's time to vote because this time it counts.
And I want to remind you all,
Vote right now.
so get your votes in.
From your friends at Fox Sports Radio.
Be prepared for winter, spring, summer, and fall with the Firestone FR710 all-season tires. Right now, 10% off at Firestone Complete Auto Care. Offer valid November 1st through November 30th. Sales price reflected at point of sale. Select sizes while supplies last. In-store installation required. Not to be combined with any other offer on same product. No cash value. Offer void where prohibited. See store or driveafirestone.com for full details. Whatever you drive a Firestone. I can't figure this out. How is it even possible? Right now at Burger King, you can get 3 pancakes for 89 cents. That's a stack of 3 hot, fluffy golden pancakes for just 89 cents. When was the last time you could get pancakes for breakfast for 89 cents? Back in the olden days? 3 pancakes for 89 cents could be the best pancake deal in pancake history. Hey, this is not breakfast. This is a Burger King breakfast. 3 pancakes for just 89 cents. Only at Burger King. Limited time only. Price and participation vary.
When it comes to commercial vehicles, it's time to drill down to the details. If you're not driving the new Sprinter Worker from Mercedes-Benz, your van just isn't cutting it. The Sprinter Worker takes payload up a notch, carrying up to 3,512 pounds. Its cargo volume is cranked up too, with over 300 cubic feet of space. When it comes to safety, it's unmatched, but it's the price that'll really hammer it home. The new Sprinter Worker starts at just $32,495. It also has a service interval of up to 20,000 miles and the highest residual value in its class, according to ALG. Put that in your pipe and weld it. Huge capacity, small price, starting at just $32,495. The all-new Sprinter Worker, starting at only $32,495. Mercedes-Benz, vans born to run.
MSRP for a 2016 Sprinter Worker excludes all options, taxes, title, registration, transportation charge, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and actual dealer price may vary. See dealer for details.
Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm place on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail.
I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch.
I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be a
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes.
but spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Touchdown for the good guy!
ACC.
It's called touchdown FSU!
Big 10, Pac-12, Big 12.
Pistols firing! Touchdown Oklahoma State!
American Conference, Independent.
It'll be a BYU touchdown!
Mountain West, Sunbelt, Conference USA, Mid-American.
Yeah, boy!
All of your schools are repped right here. It's your college football on Fox Sports Radio.
Okay.
FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Sports, Fox Sports Radio. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. What does it mean when Geico says 10 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. That's pretty simple. In about 10 minutes, Brian Seaman's going to join us. He's the Clippers play-by-play man out in L.A.
I like that team.
And I know Seaman. He's a good dude. Music fan. Been doing the Clippers play-by-play for about a decade. And I like that team, too. There's a lot of people thinking this is the year for the Clips. Whether it is or not, it should be the year for the Clips. They got some contract issues coming up right around the corner, and they need to cash in now.
I am going to bring up a Donald Sterling question to him. He worked for both presidencies. I mean, he worked for
both
ownerships, rather.
Sure.
He worked for
of course.
He worked for Skeeter, and he worked for Ballmer now.
Skeeter,
whatever his name is.
Skeeter and Ballmer.
Skeeter Sterling. Yeah,
that sounds like a comedy troupe.
Yeah.
Skeeter and Ballmer.
You thought you were done with Donald Sterling talk, but no. I'm bringing it up.
Skeeter and Ballmer in the Apache Room, midnight Saturday night.
Oh no!
No, really? What now?
James Garfield.
Yeah.
Was the first president ever to talk on a telephone.
Ooh, really?
On the other line, guess who it was?
It has to be Alexander Graham Bell.
You are correct. It was the inventor of the telephone and light bulb and electricity, Alexander Graham Bell. By the way, James Garfield said to Alexander Graham Bell, "Please speak a little more slowly."
That's what he said? Jeez.
That was it, man.
Wow. All right, well, fair enough.
I've been on this thing for 3 weeks, buddy.
Yeah, happy Election Day to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I please have your attention?
I got a big story for you.
Oh, you didn't know? I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story.
Oh, my God.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
Colin Kaepernick, who has been, staging this protest all season. I've had his back. I've suggested it's a great thing, and I don't have a problem with it. I have a problem with him today, though.
I do.
He said, when asked who he was voting for, he said, "I'm not voting."
Right.
I don't dig that, man. Cap, get a passport. Travel the world. Go to a lot of places where it's not so easy to get a vote in.
Yeah, I got it right. I was just going to ask you the same thing. You already answered. I said, I know you've been behind Cap. I know you've been behind this national anthem. Everything that he's been protesting and the way that he's been doing it, not many have agreed with Colin Kaepernick, but I ask you now. This man has come out publicly after everything that he said about the issues that are going on socially in the U.S. and says, nope, not going to show up to the polls, because I see it, Steve, as someone that does not show up to vote does not want to make a difference or a change. Am I wrong?
No, well, that you can see that way. I mean, I don't look. This is what I think of it. I don't think that it's that you don't want to make a change. His point is, I don't like either one of these guys. In the end, you pick the lesser of two evils. In the end, it's still evil. Okay, well, if you're 7, that makes a lot of sense to me. This is one thing where I look at people and go, look, all I know is this from personal experience. I'm 51. I've never voted for anyone in my life. All I've ever done is vote against somebody. You pick the lesser two evils. And by the way, let's stop saying the word evil. I mean, I know it's a statement, it's a saying, lesser of two evils. There's no equivalence. Almost every election, when you have a real problem with one guy and you have a real problem with the other guy, it's almost always that one's issues way outweigh the other ones, depending on what you value most in life. Stop worrying about who you like. Just who's going to do the least bad job.
That's it, man.
Who's going to screw over the least amount of people? Come up with another thing. Who do you prefer to have a vote on the Supreme Court? There's always a reason to vote, even if it's not for somebody.
I say this.
There are valid reasons to vote, and I think that, if nothing else, the Supreme Court. Which person do you want selecting justices to serve in the future?
No pun intended. I think Cap dropped the ball on this, because if he did get behind a candidate, whether it's Trump or whether it's Clinton, and he has, I'm not going to say he has an open forum for discussion, but he says, hey, I'm getting behind this candidate because A, B, C, and D, and I want to make a difference over the next 4 years, and I'm going to do that, hopefully, with this president, you name, put in the name here, whoever it is. I like that angle better than saying, no, just not going to do it, man.
Well, I watched this happen in the year 2000, and you watched it this year when you had a third-party candidate, or at least a third-rail candidate. In this case, it was Bernie Sanders. Back then, it was Ralph Nader. When you have people that have galvanized and brought a lot of people into this process for the first time ever, that's really exciting, and it's fantastic. And then when they don't get a fair shake, and with the Bernie Bros this year, and all of a sudden he's gone, and people say, well, I'm not voting. Listen, this shouldn't be something you only tap into every 4 years. If your candidate didn't make it as far as you wanted, that should fire you up to stay involved every single year. Every year in the midterm elections, it's like, hey, guys, where is everybody? It's not just about the president. There's way more to this.
Come on, Cap.
I agree with you.
Come on, Cap.
Cap could have come out and he could have said, I am voting, and he could have then gone into great lengthy dissertation on why he's not happy with either candidate. That's fine. But vote, dude.
Vote, Cap.
There are plenty of people on this planet that can't. And I think it's the absolute best thing. I mean, there's so many things about America that need help. That ain't one of them. You got a chance to vote, go vote, dude.
You're
down with that. That's me. Call me crazy. Phil Jackson. There was no one voted him in other than the ownership of the New York Knicks.
Well, yeah.
He's king of that basketball program.
Has he made a difference? Stop. Has he made a difference?
Yeah, he drafted Porzingis. Great. That alone is pretty solid.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, so could Danny Ferry if he was in that position.
But he did. You can't. I mean. Yeah, but he did draft Porzingis, and a lot of people were very surprised when he went so high in the draft.
I don't see Phil after this 4-year or whatever $60 million deal is done. I don't see him. I don't know where he's doing it from. He could be in a ranch in Montana, and he's looking at NBA TV. I don't know, but I
bring Phil up because reports continue to come out that he's really unhappy with how little the Knicks are.
What?
You're upset about the triangle?
Woo! I forgot about this one. Give me it.
Oh, boy.
Your guy. Plains, Georgia, James Jimmy Carter.
Sure.
And his big brother Bubba, Billy.
My guy.
Jimmy Carter is the first known president to go on record as seeing a UFO.
Is that true? Jimmy Carter saw a UFO?
Quit asking me if it's true.
Are you sure it wasn't Billy Carter?
Election,
are you sure it wasn't his brother Billy Carter?
Yeah, I am positive it was James Carter.
Oh wait, that rings a bell. I think it was when he was in the Navy. I think he was on a ship out in the middle at sea, and probably been drinking his own urine, and he saw a UFO. That's usually how that happens.
This is my segment, so just lay off.
Lay
off.
First of all, you have a funny definition of segment because this is my thing. It's like your Twitch.
I know, but this is my thing. Don't add.
You have a seizure every time. That's not a segment. That's a problem.
You just had our president Jimmy Carter, who's still building houses for the less fortunate, still in his 90s.
Yeah.
You have him soiling himself on the back of a ship, looking at
No,
fireworks.
I said he's hallucinating and watching UFOs. It's a whole different story than that. So
he's from Georgia.
Here's my statement on Phil Jackson. Back to the point. He's upset because the Knicks aren't using much of the triangle, which I understand. The triangle is. There are elements of the triangle that are used across the NBA and forever will be used. But the triangle is not something you just hand to a bunch of guys that have never played it before. And real quick piece, there's a whole lot to do with angles of attack. You've got to have an understanding of what everyone else on the court is doing on your team. It's not a simple pick-and-roll offense. There's a lot more going on. And, Phil, it's Hornets, if you got guys like that haven't coached it before and you got players that haven't played it before, yeah, you got Derrick Rose. What does Derrick Rose like to do? Pick and roll.
Okay, Coach, let's just talk about it. Don't go through the X's and O's and start game planning. Let's just be a couple of guys watching an offense. Come on now, you're starting to be Aura back all of a sudden.
I'm simply saying.
Easy on the X's and O's, Coach.
Steve Gorman Sports brought to you by TrueCar. Save time and money by downloading TrueCar's mobile app. Configure the new car you want. See what others paid for it. Get guaranteed savings. TrueCar users save, on average, over $3,000 off MSRP. Save time and money. Download the TrueCar app today. From the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, the best team in the Western Conference is in California. But there's a chance they're a little farther south than you think. That's next. First, here's what's trending.
We're just half an hour away from the big reveal of the new college football playoff rankings. Alabama will stay number 1, followed by Clemson and Michigan. But with Texas A&M losing this past weekend, they're on their way out, and Washington, Ohio State, or Louisville will be in. The news stays bad for Texas A&M. Head coach Kevin Sumlin said today that quarterback Trevor Knight will miss the rest of the regular season with a shoulder injury sustained in last Saturday's upset loss to Mississippi State. The NBA today fined Indiana's Paul George $15,000 for kicking the ball into the stands in Saturday's win over the Bulls. On the court at the top of the hour, the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers, the NBA's only unbeaten team at 6-0, host Atlanta. Tonight at 10:30 Eastern, the 0-7 New Orleans Pelicans seek their first win of the season as they visit the Sacramento Kings. I'm Isaac Lowenkron.
We are Longhorns.
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television,
Go to foxsports.com for details.
Steve Gorman Sports. Fox Sports Radio. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. There's your drive-by truckers right there, Hoss.
I don't know about that one. I think it's the two guys. I think it's a more than words. This is extreme.
This is not extreme.
I promise you, this is extreme. Early extreme, too.
The song, it's the national song for tonight. It's called Daddy Needs a Drink. Make no mistake. Hey, right now on the horn, let's go out to L.A., if you don't mind. Brian Seaman, play-by-play guy for the Clippers, is with us. Brian, what's up, brother?
Brino!
Brian, we got you?
Brino!
I don't hear anything.
That's all right.
All right, we'll get him back. Wow, and I love that you went Brino on it.
Oh, my heavens. I forgot about this.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, no, go ahead.
I was talking aloud. I got fun facts, and oh my goodness.
Lord.
James Buchanan, you remember him, right?
Yeah.
Great president. The only bachelor president. He was virtually inseparable from William R. King, a senator from Alabama, earning the pair the nickname Miss Nancy and Aunt Fancy, and Mr. Buchanan and his wife.
Wait, I'm sorry. He was what?
He was a bachelor, and he was inseparable from a senator from Alabama. Just a fun little fact. That's all.
Okay.
Never married.
Yeah. I guess that was at a time when a man...
It wasn't I am not making this news. I am simply reporting it.
This is Buchanan?
Buchanan, yeah. He hung around with a guy pack.
Senator from Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, people do that.
It's like Starsky and Hutch.
I hang around Brandon Gannett's all the time. People mistake us for a couple.
I understand that. All right, we got Brian Seaman back, play-by-play man for the Clippers. Brian, how you doing, brother?
Good to talk to you again. How you been?
I've been all right here. It's good to have you back on the show. Let's talk about these Clippers right now, and I'm gonna start right here. They seem to have a bit of a defensive intensity going on this year. Is that anything that you've noticed, and is there an uptick from seasons past?
They closed the season last year really well defensively. They became a top 5 team, but when Doc Rivers brought the team to training camp this past year, usually I've been to several opening days at training camp, and I'm always waiting for this Newt Rockne-like speech. It's never happened. Usually it's the coach telling the players to get into a drill or whatever. Well, this one was a little different. He did bring them together. There was no major speech, but he said, we're going to be hitting the ground running. We're going to be great to start. We're not going to just kind of putz around, which is kind of what they did last year. And the two things that where their focus was defense and rebounding, and one has led to the other. And it's really impressive. And when you look at the Clippers, you look at the rest of the NBA, there are roughly 20 units that have played, 25-man units that have played 70 or more minutes, and the Clippers have the first and second in terms of defensive efficiency. So it's extremely early in the season. Sure. I understand that, but there's a lot of positive signs to get excited about.
They beat Detroit last night, and they got all over them early. I mean, it was 30 points at halftime. Has this team got a real killer instinct right now? Anything different than you've seen before?
Well, the last 3 games they've had big leads in the first half. They scored 70 against San Antonio in the first half in San Antonio. I just feel like this is all business. And we noticed it in training camp. It carried over in the preseason, and it has positively carried over in the regular season. It's all business. And coaches will use this speak, it's next play mentality. And I don't know how many games you've been able to watch, but you go back 3 or 4 years ago, there'd be demonstrative reactions after a call or a no call. I don't see that at all this year. These guys are all business. I don't think the Big Three have a technical yet, which is saying something compared to years past. This is a real business-like attitude, and I think it's a real reason why they're 6-1.
That's Brian Seaman, play-by-play man for the Clippers. I've been waiting a while to ask you this one, Seaman. Give me the pecking order in that locker room. We got Chris Paul, DeAndre Jordan, Blake Griffin, Jamal Crawford's there, Paul Pierce. Give me the rundown. Who runs that locker room?
I got to be honest. I think when Chris started, it was Chris's team, and then Blake came of age, and now those 2 guys kind of did it in concert. But now after DeAndre's got a gold medal and first-team All-NBA, it really is, in a good way, a 3-headed, kind of attack. I think DeAndre has been more of a vocal leader this year. And, I think a lot of people want to make a bunch of stuff about how these guys don't get along and how the chemistry is sour. It isn't. It's very good. It's a nice place to be. These guys it's obvious. You can't win games like this if you're not getting along. And the way they're doing it it's kind of in fun fashion.
That's an amazing thing to hear, that DeAndre Jordan's really stepped up and taken on a leadership role. That's not something you would have ever heard 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, I've been able to watch every minute of his NBA career, and he came into the league in 2008, second-round pick, and he'd get, DNP CDs, he'd get healthy scratches, he wouldn't even dress for certain games, and you'd wonder, and you see the athletic, the measurables in terms of his vertical, leap and his speed, and slowly but surely it's come along. Doc Rivers gave him a ton of confidence, and ever since that day that Doc Rivers took over, DeAndre Jordan, a different player, and he got called his shot, to be honest with you. Doc said this guy's going to be a defensive beast. He's going to be an MVP-type guy defensively and a defensive player of the year. He hasn't been that. Instead, he's first-team All-NBA and a gold medal starting center for Team USA.
That's Brian Seaman joining us, play-by-play man for the Clippers. How'd they get better in the offseason? We know the core is there, but give me some names that's going to make this team a better team in 2017 playoffs.
Well, we'll start with the guy that's probably the most prolific of the additions, and that's Mo Spates. Mo Spates 2 years ago was making every shot for the Golden State Warriors. They win a title. He comes in, I think he plays around 15 to 17 minutes 2 years ago, and was a guy you had to honor coming off the bench. He's now playing for the Clippers, doing the same thing. Last year, his minutes were reduced. Now, they won 73 games in the regular season, but obviously didn't win the title. He's coming in here, and he's looking at and I don't mean this in a greedy or any kind of way other than he's looking at like all these contracts that went out over this past summer. This guy should not be playing for the minimum. But I think he's looking at something down the road if he can play a great role, and he's done that so far. But to me, the guy that I think is going to go under the radar and will likely have career low numbers but have his greatest impact on the team is a guy named Raymond Felton. This is a guy that's going to allow Chris Paul to play off the ball. He's going to allow Austin Rivers and Jamal Crawford to play off the ball so that responsibility of running the offense for those 2 guys in that second unit is gone. And, oh, by the way, he's a really good defender. So that perimeter attack defensively with that second unit has been amazing. So Felton's probably going to average less than 6 points a game, and I think he's as valuable as anybody in that second unit.
We talked to Felton last week, and he was he came across as a guy who truly was like, hey, what they're asking me to do and what I can do for this team is exactly where I need to be. He sounded thrilled to be on that team.
It's funny because you look at his career, he hasn't done anything in terms of like gone to the conference finals, been on a final team. But when the coaches got him, I know that they were elated. And I remember looking through his numbers, and I'm like, yeah, the guy's okay. He can play. And then we saw him in training camp. And number one, as you found out last week, he's a good guy. I mean, he comes across as a very good dude, team-oriented guy. He and Chris go way back to their days as pre-teenagers battling in North Carolina. So he's got some history in a good way with all these guys, and he's fit right in. But I'm telling you, it's going to be how fresh Chris feels in the playoffs because he's not guarding everybody down the floor all the time. And that's going to be because Ray Felton's going to take on that load. It's going to be Austin Rivers being kind of liberated offensively. The same for Jamal Crawford. That's going to be his impact. He's been great so far.
Fresh legs, Chris Paul come playoff time. I like it. Brian Siemens join us, play-by-play man for the Clippers. Blake Griffin at...
Oh,
Wait
no.
a second.
Hold on,
Sorry, Brian.
Hold
it's
the phone.
Presidential Fun Fact Day.
Again?
Every member of Teddy Roosevelt's immediate family owned a pair of stilts, including the First Lady.
Is that true?
That is absolutely true. Hey, Brian, Blake Griffin, his name keeps getting mentioned in trade talks. When are these going to stop?
It's over. I mean, no one's going to trade from, let's just be honest. I mean, he's got an option to opt out of his contract. No one's going to rent him for half the season. The Clippers, the ransom that they would demand in return is off the charts. I will say this. Blake Griffin will finish his career as a Clipper. Period.
Wow. Seaman!
Hold on. Anybody
Brian, hold on
anybody in
now.
Oklahoma City just turned off the radio.
Hold on now. Wait a second. There's a lot of money being thrown around the NBA these days.
There's a lot of money. No one can offer more than the Clippers. People thought that he might go to Oklahoma City, but the Thunder, and I won't bore you with the war and peace of the numbers, but they maxed out a couple of players over the last couple of weeks. They are now no longer free agent bidders in the offseason.
Wow.
So if that was the one place that he was going to go, that's off the charts. I'm telling you, he's happy here. This is his team. People say Blake Griffin put the Clippers back on the map. I go back to, no, I say he put them on the map. The Clippers were just all over the place for years. This was the guy that gave credibility. If it's not for Blake, CP's not coming here with that trade. DeAndre's likely not the player that he is. The nucleus of the whole thing is Blake Griffin, and there's no way Doc Rivers is going to let him go. And quite honestly, I don't think he wants to go. I'm positive he's happy here.
Awesome. You've been there, a decade now?
Yeah, 10 years.
10 years. That's a bit, boy, 10 years ago to now. Things have all been trending in the right direction, I guess, from when you started.
I'm certainly living on a different side of the track, that's for sure.
Yeah, Sterling to Ballmer's a night and day, I bet.
I don't have to go to any more white parties, which is nice. And Ballmer is a guy that's going to give, if you're a Clipper fan, you have eternal hope because you're always going to be competitive, whether you're one player away or you're right in the thick of things as the Clippers are now. During the offseason, one of the things that Ballmer did, along with Doc Rivers' aide, was they basically built a brand new wing of the organization. They have completely stocked with, scouts from overseas to local. They're doing everything they can with the sports science to make sure that the guys they have are taken care of and that the guys that they bring in are going to be good fits. Every talent cycle has an end. But with the Clippers 10 years ago, I remember thinking this and actually talked about it out loud with friends was, when Blake and Chris and DeAndre aren't here, we're going to start from rock bottom all over again and have to hope you win the lottery. You're going to have to get a little lucky to be great like all teams do, but the Clippers are creating a lot of that luck, and Steve Ballmer is really the big reason why.
Yeah, well, it's all systems go for sure. It seems like you guys are off and running. It's going to be a great season. Brian, we'll get you back on soon, brother. Thanks.
Anytime, man. Take care.
All right, see you, Brian. Hey, when you need to really be there, you really need an Interstate, the car battery that auto techs prefer. Let one of those techs test your battery today. Find a location near you at interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, they're outrageously dependable. The election's winding down. We have the final word on both candidates from one of our own in-house experts. That's next.
The NFL is coming at you with full force.
And it's a 5 into the end zone.
And when the game's end, dial us up. 877-99 on Fox.
This game is over.
We've got the insight, and you've got the passion.
Wow!
Let's cover it together on Fox Sports Radio.
During the Black Friday sales event at Cunningham's of Edinburgh, buy a new 2016 Dodge Journey for $15,984, a Jeep Patriot for $13,995, or pay $19,919 for a Jeep Cherokee at Cunningham Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram in Edinburgh by November 30th.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com, use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
Okay, 2016 isn't actually over, but Ray Wakely's 2016 pop-ups, travel trailers, fifth wheels, and Winnebago motorhomes have got to go. Save a pile of money and get what you really want during the model year-end event at Ray Wakely's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
It's time for Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, WFNN Erie. Now let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
The Otters' record on home ice. And this past weekend, they were defending that against the number 7 team in the CHL. Kitchener Rangers coming into Erie limping a bit, having lost 2 straight coming into this past Saturday, before they found themselves hopping out to a 3-2 lead after 2 periods of play. And whatever was said in the locker room and whatever turned things around, the Otters found that kill switch, flicking that on, and boy, were they on their way. Another 5-goal period for the Otters after doing it against the Mississauga Steelheads the night before. They used the third for their offensive prowess to bring it with a pair of goals in the third period to send the Otters on their way. Maximovich added a power play goal, 5-3 Erie. Darren Radish and Taylor Radish finishing things off, scoring 26 seconds apart as the Otters down the Rangers 7-3 to maintain their record on home ice. And for Troy Timpano, he maintains his undefeated record, a perfect 11-0 start for the 18-year-old out of Pickering, Ontario. And now Timpano will look to defend that against the only team to hold the Otters under 5 goals on the ice of the Erie Insurance Arena, the Owen Sound Attack. It was just 17 days ago that these two teams met up for a back-to-back series at the Erie Insurance Arena, and it was the Owen Sound Attack handing the Otters their only blemish on their home record. An overtime loss at the hands of Maxim Sushko, the rookie from Brest, Belarus. The overtime winner that beat Jake Lohr, defeating the Otters 4-3. Here at the Erie Insurance Arena for the Otters followed things up the next night with a victory of their own, 5-2. Let's Owen Sound, coming off of a win against the Sarnia Singh this past Saturday, as they look to continue their ship with 20 points in the Western Conference standings and trying to climb up the Midwest Division ranks, where they sit 4th for the time being. It's the Otters and the Attack. I'm Aaron Cooney, and this is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. We got lots to go over, and we're also going to hear from Alan McShane a little bit later on, returning to the lineup tonight for the Otters with a silver medal around his neck from the Under-17 World Hockey Challenge. We're going to hear from him coming up and a lot more on your home for Otters hockey, Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match fixed chances, 5 cash boys, 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang, and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners
Don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control car or CUV. Among sedans, the Mitsubishi Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $19,900. The 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at an incredible low price of only $21,990. The Lancer, Sport, and Outlander also offer top safety features and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Plus, Mitsubishi's all-wheel control is select all-wheel control. You can switch from 2-wheel to 4-wheel drive by just pushing a button. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Prices are based off of Lancer 20,805, Sport 23,090, Outlander 25,845, plus tax, title, license, and dog fee.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney with you as we prep you for this one. Otters and Owen Sound attack here from the Erie Insurance Arena. The third time these teams will meet up in just 18 days. You have the entire, half of the schedule against a division opponent over. And it's just strange how sometimes some of these things work out in the scheduling department. So you play 6 against your Midwest Division rivals, and Owen Sound attack being one of them. So now you got 3 out of the way in just 18 days. And then starting next month, that first weekend in December, Erie's going to play their home-and-home against Owen Sound on the 4th and the 5th. So the schedule with Owen Sound is going to be pretty much done by the time Christmas rolls around. Erie will have to make a trip up to Owen Sound later on in the season for that final 6th game. That won't be until the end of the season, the end of February, the 26th, to finish off the schedule against them. And the funny thing with that is you don't see, to compare that to some of the other division rivals you got, you're not going to see London again until after Christmas and into the new year. You see them 5 times from January on. But go figure. We don't make the schedules, we just play them. But for the Otters tonight, we'll take a look at our Marsh & Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. As for Erie, you can scratch number 8, Carson Edwardson, and number 22, Josh Wainman. Edwardson a healthy scratch. And looking at the UPMC injury report, the only injury is Josh Wainman, still week to week with an upper body injury. And maybe seeing him soon into the lineup. I know he was feeling good and getting back to practice, but with the way that Ryan Martin's been playing over the last, all season, he hasn't missed a game yet as a rookie on the blue line. Ryan Martin playing in his 18th game for the Otters this year in number 18 for Erie. And Wayman the only injury as of now, as the Otters will welcome back Alan McShane to the lineup. 5 points during the under-17 World Hockey Challenge with Canada Black. Had a shootout goal as well against Russia in the semifinal to send them on to the gold medal game to play Team Sweden, where they ultimately dropped that decision 3-1. But McShane back in Erie brings a silver medal with him, and he'll be facing off against a teammate in Aiden Dudas. But Troy Timpano will get the start in a great goaltenders duel tonight. Timpano 11-0 this year with 2 shutouts, a league-leading 2.15 goals against average and a .919 save percentage. And across the ice, as we look at the Owen Sound lineup, Michael McNiven gets the start, the free agent signing of the Montreal Canadiens. McNiven 8-4 this season, 1 shutout, the 4th best goals against average of 2.31, and the 3rd best save percentage at .921 for McNiven. Their scratches include number 7, Zachary Roberts, the nephew of Gary Roberts, and number 21, Jonah Gadjevic, out of the lineup tonight for Owen Sound, as they'll take on the Otters here tonight, just a little bit later on. And speaking of Alan McShane, with him coming back into the lineup, I caught up with him before tonight's game, chatting with him about that and going forward. So we're going to hear from Alan McShane next on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food
at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas? Leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
It's time to celebrate. Tim Hortons is introducing new smoked ham as part of the 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal. That's 2 breakfast sandwiches with egg, American cheese, and your choice of sausage, bacon, or new smoked ham for only $4. It's the kind of deal that you should save for a special day of the week, like every day. Tim Hortons 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal at participating U.S. restaurants. Offer available on standard breakfast sandwiches and wraps for a limited time plus applicable taxes. Single sandwiches and wraps at regular price.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
It's Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Aaron Cooney, welcome you back into the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. My guest at this time, Alan McShane of the Erie Otters. Alan, come back to Erie in Erie, Pennsylvania with some hardware after missing the last couple of games of the World Under-17 Hockey Challenge. What was that like going and playing internationally? I mean, you go from the OHL playing against this wide age range and now against the best at your age. What was the difference, I guess, in playing in that tournament?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of age, I think that the skills, high there as well as here. So jumping in was, I guess, a bit different than the style of game here. There was a lot of different systems not run by different countries, so it was a little interesting to see kind of what they had to bring to the table. But I thought it was kind of neat to be able to play with, all my own age and get to know the guys from the other leagues and see kind of what their experience has been like as first years as well.
Now, you guys end up falling in the final, but you bring back a silver medal, part of the tournament. But to get clicking the way you were, I mean, right up there in points with your team, it was 5 points, 3 goals. But so you only had such a quick amount of time to learn new line mates and a new team and a new system. Was it difficult going into that and trying to pick up on everything, and then all of a sudden you have to mesh it all together after a couple of preliminary games for the real tournament?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we got a few practices in at the start, but I'd say at the end of the day, it's just about kind of adapting as quick as you can, trying to fit in. You know what type of player you're trying to be throughout the tournament, and then use your strengths to your advantage. I mean, one thing that we did really well as a team was, use our work ethic and getting the pucks deep in the corners and working it to the net. So I meshed pretty quick with my line, and we did a pretty good job, I think, throughout the tournament. So I'd say that it was a short period of time, but at the end of the day, that's just kind of what these events are like, and you got to get accustomed to it a bit.
I'm
I'm sure you were keeping track of what was going back on here with the team in the OHL and the Otters, and they just continue to roll along. What do you take from that tournament now and then transform it into the rest of the season in the OHL?
Yeah, I was following, and the boys are doing pretty good. So I think just, it helped me being away. Although I was away, I'm going to come back, I'll be in game shape. We had a couple 3-and-3s down there, just one break in between. So I think I'll come out, and I don't think I'll lose too much of a step, but just regain the familiarity with the older players, and like we mentioned before. And I'd say, just moving forward, trying to continue the success we had in the tournament and carry it over as well, and continue on with our success here, because just following along and just seeing the wins after the wins. So that was pretty exciting, and knowing I'm jumping back and should be exciting and join back into it again.
All right, thanks, Alan, and good luck tonight against Owen Sound.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's Alan McShane. More hockey coming up on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained, or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome inside the Erie Insurance Arena, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents the Erie Otters and the Owen Sound Attack. Logan, everyone, Aaron Cooney here with you from Erie, Pennsylvania, as we get set for the third matchup between these two teams in just 18 days. At the back-to-back weekend, Friday, Saturday, October 21st and 22nd, where the Owenstown attack handed the Otters their first loss of any kind on home ice. An overtime loss, 4-3. Owenstown is also the only team to hold the Otters to under 5 goals at the Erie Insurance Arena in a game. Outside of that, the Otters have scored 61, averaging 5.6. Goals per game here at the Erie. Goals per game here at the Erie Insurance Arena this season as we are underway. And what we have, another goaltender's duel between Owenstown and Erie. Timpano against McNiven. And it's Owenstown with the puck first and taking it towards the Otters line. And a slap shot deflected by Paul Moe into the catching glove of Timpano with the early action 20 seconds in. And off goes Erie on the counter. There's Brett Millen flying down the right wing side. He'll leave the puck down to the corner, and Jacob Friend, who on that point shot set up Hancock, and inadvertently Otters have a wrist shot from Newman off the body wide. Oh, that one sat right along the near side post at the top of the crease, and Hancock on that bouncing puck just couldn't settle it down and get enough of it cleanly to get it towards the goal and put it off the outside of the net. After Timpano made the initial save on the deflection try from the point. Another jump in by Erie. Taylor Radish, the league's leading point getter. But it's quickly played off on ahead by Owenstown, deflected at the Otters line. And offside is the whistle. Just in front of us. Minute and 23 seconds into this one. So they split the first to Owenstown and Erie. 4-3, the overtime loss. The hero there, Maxon Sushko. And the Otters return back the other way in a 5-2 victory the next night. Then they'll see each other for another pair of games at the beginning of December. As check from Matt Schmall sends Sambrook down tumbling to the ice. Erie controls the puck, and it's Taylor Radish at his own line, pushes it ahead to himself. A little too far ahead is Matthew Struthers on the backhand, fires it into Erie ice. Here's Timpano backing up and then plays it on for Ryan Martin. Playing in his 18th consecutive game for the Otters, the rookie defender. Pushed up for Ivan Lodnia. As it's poked off of his twig onto the near side, and getting up on ahead is Phillips. Hands off. There's Maxim Sushko and plays back for Phillips. And that bouncing puck rolled away from him. Traveling back to his own line is Jersey. After receiving a pass from Phillips, pushes it up on ahead for Sushko, but the Otters grab the puck from their own blue line. That was Alan McShane, back for Darren Radish, and quickly ahead for Sean Biley, left wing side. Comes into the zone. Lodney to the goal, the 6-day made by McNiven on a long-range play. Here's Lodney again, off for McShane. Open ice, the shot is blocked, and off the glove of Sean Biley, trickles to the far side. And it's moved here by Aiden Dudas. And flip it up the near side. Well, Erie near steal as Lodney had his stick lifted last second. trying to put the puck towards the net. Sushko deflected that one away. Back out towards center ice. Trying to move the puck here. There's a stick in the way in front of the Owen Sound bench as Brew was trying to move it. But off goes Garrett Podubny now. Leaving it onto the left wing circle. That's Cade Robinson on his back. Here's Podubny. Zapola ties him up. Stick on stick. One knee down goes Garrett Podubny. But Cade Robinson in the help out. He tries to power his way out in front. Too much traffic and nudged ahead by Nick Price. As it's found dumped in by Owen Sound. Timpano to play one more time. Very active already in the first couple minutes for Troy Timpano. 11-0 this season. And this one iced by the Otters. Timpano, the league's best 2.15 goals against average and a 9.19 save percentage. The Otters' 18-year-old goaltender will be celebrating a birthday here in a couple days. Across the ice, Michael McNiven, 8-4 this season. 2.31 goals against average. That's the fourth best mark in the OHL and a 9.21 save percentage. That's third amongst OHL goaltenders. As the Otters get it out towards center ice, it's Paul Moo. Taking it away and bouncing off of a check from the Otters. Spins back towards his own line and lays it there for Cole Cameron. For Trenton Bork on the left wing side. He'll skate out towards neutral ice and flip this one towards Erie territory. And again, Timpano there to play it. He jams around the near side boards for G.J. Fergus. It'll trickle on out towards center ice. Resettled by Owen Sound. No score here in the first 4 minutes. Owen Sound on the march still. Giving off left wing side. A shot. Hancock pass stop. The rebound's in front. Bouncing around and knocked out of midair by Erie. Oh, with Max and Zushko looking for that biscuit out in front. Again, now it's Owen Sound as MacArthur sends it down ice off the stick of Fergus. Timpano again to slide around the far side. Fired just wide and behind the Otters net by Owen Sound. It skips all the way out towards the attack blue line. They gain possession. Moving it to MacArthur. Split on for Phillips near side. The Otters coming on the forecheck here as Pettit ties up the 17-year-old defender in the near side corner. He's able to work it along and quickly moved up Suzuki right wing side. Flips it on into Erie ice. Back is Stambrook. Ducks a check from Brack and able to leave it for Eric Cernak. He'll skate out on ahead. 14 and white. Leave it left wing side. Too far on the pass from Maximovich as he cannot beat out the icing call. The draw will come down in Erie territory to the left of Troy Timpano. 4 minutes and 50 seconds in. And I know there's a lot happening here on this Tuesday night. And the other question was who's going to be watching, maybe bailing on the Otters and watching the Connor McDavid-Sidney Crosby matchup for the first time in their NHL career for Connor McDavid, going against his idol, really, and facing off at the PPG Paints Arena. So here's the Otters back the other way, and Aladnia pass looking for Stambrook. Too far ahead. The Otters get to regain possession and from their own blue line. Move it up on ahead. It's Biley, a chance from the circle. Fire sharp angle right off the outside of the post. Still loose behind the net. McShane, Biley, Ladnia. This third line for the Otters. Moved on near side. Pushed along by Friend, but the Otters, wiping out with Sean Biley. Somebody stepped on a loose stick. Kept the play alive inside the offensive zone, but only momentarily as Zapola has his pass. Poke checked away. Biley again comes up with it. He's hit, knocked down, but the Otters move it ahead. Here's Cade Robinson. Pass was in his skates on the dish from Podubny. And off goes Owen Sound out right wing side. It's Petrus Paul Moo. He's off the near side and fires into the zone. Well, back in September, Paul Moo tied the OHL record for the fastest goal to start a period. 4 seconds in against Hamilton. That back on September the 28th. And he can certainly fill the back of the net. 14 goals this season. Robinson back in the offensive zone. Pokes it along for Christian Gurney at the circle. Picks up, moved ahead by Paul Moo. Bouncing all the way down to Erie territory. No icing here. Burnley's in out of the corner. Martin got enough of it to move it ahead. For Dubney, now Robinson right wing side. Cade Robinson, his first OHL point the other night against Kitchener on an assist, and he has the puck looking in front of the net. Sniped away by MacArthur, and off goes Brack. Gives off right wing side. All the way down and wheels him behind the net. Backhand try back. Stopped in front. The goaltender Timpano knocked in the net. The cage comes off. As puck was coming up near side, they will blow the whistle. With Owen Sound going hard to the cage. And a couple chances on the backhand for Justin Brack. Looking for his first of the season. But good pass, Troy Timpano. Owenstown has had the better of the opportunities to start almost 7 minutes into the first period. On the draw, one back for Friend. The wrist shot go deflected, and getting a piece of it thought was Hancock. You could hear the slight deflection as Suzuki kept it in along the far side. Nudged along by Kyle Pettit. A little pass on to Darren Radish. He'll find Brett Newman. Ducks the check, left it on right wing side for Radish. He backed off instead defensively. It's Owenstown for Suzuki. Cut off by Newman. Rolling puck towards the front of the cage, and quickly with a whack, Centeremi sends off Owenstown. Suzuki one touch to Sushko along the near side. Spins for a check from TJ Fergus, still trying to play it along with there's just too many white shirts as they surround him. And off go the Otters. They draw a penalty. Sushko's going to go. Here's Newman coming down to the far side corner. Spins out of it. Goaltender off for Erie. Pokes along. Fellows keeps it alive. They're swinging for it. They cannot get a piece of it. Here's Radish. Shot! Score! Let the big doggies. Taylor Radish from the right wing circle. He's got goals in 9 straight. It's 1-0 Erie. DeBrincat was able to slide that puck over to an open Taylor Radish just in time before Owenstown could gain possession of the puck in their own defensive zone with a penalty coming up. With the goaltender off, extra man, and Radish just slaps this one on the blocker side of McNiven, and the Otters take a 1-0 lead. Offside Owenstown as DeBrincat and Radish continue their tear on the OHL since returning from their respective NHL camps. Radish has points in now 16 straight games since returning from Tampa Bay. DeBrincat coming off of a contract signing with the Chicago Blackhawks to his start. Just signed yesterday. Notches yet another point for him. Radish has 40 points on the season, his 16th goal of the year, as they have become the Otters' new dynamic duo. There's McShane taking it behind his own net. Lifts it over to the far side for Biley. Erie coming out of their own zone. Lodnia couldn't handle that pass, and it's worked up on ahead by Phillips off the stick of Price. Down to the near side corner, Sandbrook. On ahead for Cernak. Erie drop pass. Lodnia moving on ahead. Finds McShane right wing side on a nice dish. A wrist shot off the shoulder. Bounces to the net and in! Here comes the money. Alan McShane in his first game back. Puts one between and past McNiven. Otters up 2-0. Now just for McNiven, a shot coming up high, and that's going to be it for Michael McNiven. He makes his way off just 8 minutes and 7 seconds into this one. 2 goals allowed on 3 shots. You don't see that often at all from Michael McNiven. The shot off the shoulder pops up straight into the air, bounces behind him. McShane returning to Erie with a silver medal at the Under-17 World Hockey Challenge as his 4th of the season and his first game back with the Otters. Owenstown now trying to quickly get back into this one. Back onto the near side corner. Chasing Allen after it was Matt Smalls. They get it behind the net, pushed out in front. Brack, towards the goal. Timpano with the save, moving from his left to his right. Owenstown averaging 3.39 goals per game, 15th in the league, and against one of the best defensive teams in the Erie Otters, who give up under 3 goals per game. Tough sledding, already down 2-0. Not even halfway through the first. Fergus, you can just see the Otters, they are just rolling right along. And that tear through October and now into the month of November. Collision down to the near. Played over far side. Here's Newman at steal from the circle. Wade tried to pass in front for Fellows. It's knocked into the corner on a poke check from Pettit as Newman crunched in the near side boards by Jacob Brevity, working out towards center. And move on, Darren Radish holding. His shot blocked away, and a chase for it down the near side with Grew. Picks it up, trying to come back in front. Radish loses stick. Grew still has the puck, moving right wing side, and knocked off of it last second by Fergus. Play to the point, however. There's a shot from MacArthur that's on wide. Blocked by Radish. Pushed behind the net. Dudas. And out of the far side corner. Leaves it down that way. Grew. Hit there by TJ Fergus. Leaves it off for Darren Radish in the near side circle. He can see up ahead. Brett Newman out towards center ice. Comes across with the shot. Go. That's off a stick out of play. Defended by MacArthur. So McNiven done early. And in comes Riley Daniels. 17-year-old goaltender from St. Catharines, Ontario. 2-2 this year with a 3.29 goals against average and an .864 save percentage. And his first year here with Owen Sound. Here's Sandbrook. Leave it onto the far sidewall after the face-off win. Here's Maximovich, and probably the hottest line in hockey in the OHL right now. Maximovich, Radish to Brinkett. Picked up by Alex DeBrinket, pushed on ahead, got it right back to himself. Radish to Brinkett, trying to push it, going across, backhander, scores! That's two, that's far shooter. Taylor Radish and Alex DeBrinket team up again. It's 3-0 Erie. I wouldn't say they were hot. This team is supernova white hot, that line. Taylor Radish, Alex DeBrinket, just working magic yet again. You got a feel for Riley Daniels on that one as they go right in front of the crease on the dish, and they backhand goal. Radish has two. It's 3-0 Erie. Sushko now trying to come on the near side. Holding Suzuki, pushed on across the dish off the stick of Sandbrook. And fired on down ice by Erie. Icing call was coming, but with 9:31 to play, they'll take their timeout. Midway through, Taylor Radish already a pair of goals, McShane the other. 3-0 Erie here in the first period. Real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Provided today's media room food. Telling you some of the best homemade chips in the game over at the brewery. As you see, Maximovich, DeBrinket, Taylor Radish. Maximovich, they haven't announced the goal just yet, but he picks up the assist on that play. He's got assists in 5 straight, trying to make it 6 once you get that announcement. But Alex DeBrinket and Taylor Radish, 1 and 2 in scoring. As we look to get back into action, redo this face-off to the left of Troy Timpano. And you'll hear from Chris Knobloch a little later on the radio broadcast talking about, I mean, you got to ask him. You're 17 games in, you're a quarter through the season. Who's your MVP? You've had a lot of options, Chris Knobloch, whether you mentioned at least 5 of them. You'll hear that during the second intermission. Here's Wladnia. Knocked down one man with a shank and bake, and a tip in by Violet. Left on near side. Sushko. Nice little dish onto Hancock. Right wing side. Here comes Suzuki. Goes through the legs of Sandbrook. It's gone away. It's 6 away to the near wall. Left from the near side corner. Biley trying to prod it on along. But it's moved by Sushko. Trying to put it out in front for Hancock in the circle. Erie reels that one in. Alan McShane. Fresh off a silver medal with Canada Black, where he picked up 3 goals, 2 assists, also a shootout goal to help send Canada Black to the final in that victory over Russia in the semifinal matchup. End up dropping the game to Sweden in the gold medal final. And here's Gurney dumping the puck in as teammate with Alan McShane. That's Ada Dudas Flipping the puck back for his own defense there with Owen Sound. It's MacArthur now to the near side. Trenton Bork out from behind the net. Pushed on ahead. Stripped to the puck though. Podubny has it now. Left wing side trying to get loose. Lets the shot go. And that one wired high. Elevated out by Paul Moo. Zapola trying to get there. Pushed there instead by Darren Radish. Fergus returns it back to Radish, and up on ahead comes Erie. Cade Robinson right wing side. Flying down the right wing side. A shot just wide on the glove hand side. Darren Radish keeps it alive. Puts it down deep with this line coming off for the Otters. Patrick Fellows and company making their way on. Pushed ahead, here's Zapola, and now Owen Sound will do the same. The wholesale change themselves on the dump in. 7:40 to play, first period. The Otters 3-0 to score. Brett Newman out on ahead. He heads left wing side going cross ice. Now down to the circle, wheels in behind the net. Brett Newman moves it out to the blue line. Mitch Byrne puts it right back down deep. Able to grab it there. Sean Jersey pushed up on ahead and floated out by Schmalz off the body of Byrne. Timpano will direct it back behind us, and it caught the cage. Look out, pushed down in front, loose, had it. Able to get there first before Owen Sound. Jersey will hold in. Blasted back around the horn. Ryan Martin, the man after that, Schmalz. Phillips now at the shot from the point. That one wide on the blocker side. Byrne holding, waiting, flipping it up the wall. Knocked down by Schmalz. As he stripped the puck by Kyle Pettit. A shot here. That one pinballed around off of Martin off the stick of Marcus Phillips. It's kept alive though, with Owen Sound starting to come on here. Cut through Paul Moo at the blue line. Doesn't shoot. Gives off right wing side. Back to Paul Moo at the circle. Takes off and it looks to the wall. Leave it near side. The dish pops over the stick of Phillips. The Otters get the clear. After that sustained pressure from Owen Sound. Only 4 shots on goal for the attack. They lead the league in shots on goal per game. 41 on the average. A little below that mark. As of right now, 6.5 to go in the first period. Here's another chance. Kevin Hancock handcuffed by the Otters and flipped out towards center ice. Was tossed back in by Paul Moo. Timpano again directing it. Leaves it there for Cernak. Along the near side. Stolen away here. Played back out in front. Poked right through the goal mouth. And the Otters will get there. Maximovich up off the window. That's a Remy. Stops on a dime. Tries to fire it on across the ice in the neutral zone. It's off the stick of DeBrincat. And picked up by Suzuki. They'll reset. That's a Remy. Gives off near side. On the boards is trying to be picked up by Suzuki. Instead, the long reach of Eric Cernak. He'll grab that, leave it for Sandbrook. Ahead, kicked by Taylor Radish. Found by Paul Moo. On back for Friend. Now right side they'll try. That's deflected on in. No icing here. Timpano. He's moved the puck a lot. He's been quite active here in the first period, Troy Timpano. You can just tell, just oozing confidence. You can't blame him. Starts 11-0 with a new team. Sandbrook for the Otters. Out ahead, looking for DeBrincat. Icing call upcoming. That one just missing. Too much air on the pass. With 5:21 to play. First period, the Otters 3-0 the lead over Owen Sound. DeBrincat will take taking the face-off against Zapola. Able to work back Erie and move it up the near side. Lodney a little tip, directed by DeBrincat, and up off the stick of 12 in white. Will knock it in deep. Erie finished their change. Lodney and company taking the ice. Ivan Lodney, an A-rated prospect. One of 6 in the OHL. By Central Scouting Service heading up as Erie guilty of a call coming. It's going to be Darren Radish for tripping as Zapola was coming across the line. And the Otters will be short-handed. The first power play opportunity of the night going to Owen Sound. Tripping the call, and the number 1 penalty kill unit takes the ice. Draw to the right of Timpano. 13.9% the Owen Sound power play. That's 16th in the OHL. Just 10 for 72 on the season. Well, discussion here with the officiating crew. Linesman Ray King, TJ Foster, Quincy Evans are officials. And now Ray King comes on down to talk with Riley Daniels. They're going to move the water bottle back onto the holster behind the cage. Daniels had it on top of the netting, which they've kind of taken away here in hockey altogether, getting the bottles off the top of the nets, putting them behind. Kind of missed that when some of those goals and the shots go in and the water bottle gets knocked off, flying up in the air. You missed that a little bit. No longer part of the game here as this one cleared down ice by Fergus. Owen down, starts from behind their own net. Suzuki out at neutral ice, gives off to Paul Moon. He'll skate in left wing side. Fires a shot, sticks away by Timpano. Bouncing back behind the net. Moved on by Sushko. Now Suzuki. Pinching in, Centeremi to keep it alive. Tied up by Pettit, though. Pettit tries to knock it away. They want to call. They're not going to get that one. Pettit battling away with Centeremi. Ended up down along the ice. Pettit does get the clear, however, and I'm sure he's fine with that work. Suzuki now. Back cross ice. Paul Mu over the blue line. Looking to set up shot. It's Suzuki down the left wing circle. Trades places with Paul Mu. All the way down to the corner and leave it out to the blue line for Paul Mu. Looking right side. Centeremi. Center point. Paul Mu fires through traffic off the body of the man stationed in front. That's Sushko. Here's Paul Mu. Down the left wing side. Holding from the half wall. Goes back out to blue. That's Centeremi with a lane. Big drive. Blocked by Byrne. Settles in behind the net. Picks up. As it's moved by Byrne on for Fergus and then fired down ice. That one on the blast from Centeremi snapped the twig of Byrne in half. Now with 45 seconds. They'll skate ahead. Off goes Phillips. Drop past Jersey. Moved right wing side. Zapola tied up. Hands off those Schmalz. But sliding across from the dish was Eric Cernak to knock it away. Schmalz will leave it out to the near side. That's Los Angeles King on Los Angeles King crime. Here's Phillips. The shot blocked in front off of one of the Otters and out of the near corner. It's Matt Schmalz again. Battling with Cernak. No suspension. A couple LA Kings picks. Moves on right side. Jersey. Phillips now near the center point. Defers on to Zapola. Right back to Phillips. Right side now. Winding Jersey. Stands on the shot. Poked over the far wall. Time ticking down on the power play. Price using the body to keep it alive. As he ties up Christian Gurney. Time ticking down here. 3 seconds. DeBrincat will take. Move it on out for Darren Radish. Chipped out of the box. They come right wing side. Radish. He'll just peel off and look for options as he knows DeBrincat's coming on in. Still holding. Leaves it left side for his partner. That's Fergus. Back on the blue line. Mitch Byrne holding. Waits. In front. DeBrincat fires. Missing on the glove hand side. Fergus keeps it off the wall. Hands off. Radish just on it. Taylor Radish. DeBrincat waiting. Backs off. Comes to the circle. Leaves it for Mitch Byrne. Chips it on down the wall. Maximich was knocked down in front of the goaltender. Jersey able to move it now with some room. And Schmalz out ahead. Oh, they had Price, but good defense getting back was Mitch Byrne to intercept that pass. As Erie flips it on ahead. Nearly had Nick Price in flight coming behind the Otters defense. Byrne grabbing again in a 3-0 game for the Otters. Working on out towards neutral ice. But Erie offside coming across the line. With 2:05 remaining in the first period. And the Otters ahead 3-0. And in case you're just joining us, Michael McNiven relieved of his duties after allowing 2 goals on 3 shots in the early goings of this one. There's Brack at the face-off. Lodnia put it down the near side wall. Biley got it further, but it's gathered by Struthers, who hands off to Friend. He's off right wing side. Centeremi, the captain. And out on ahead, where it's flubbed on in. Brack taking it, had a man in front, couldn't get it to him. Defended there by Ryan Martin. As McShane trying to push it up the wall. He does. A little drop pass between the legs. That's cut off by his former teammate with Canada Black, Dudas. And as the Otters again possess, Ryan Martin spinning away from the forecheck. Shuffle it on for Darren Radish in the final, now 90 seconds to play in the first period. Great start for Erie. They scored the most first period goals out of all OHL teams, now 33. Adding on the trio in this first period. Battled for along the near wall, and at the blue line, flipped ahead by Lodnia, but gathered by Bork, who sends off Suzuki right wing side. Trying to put it in front, trying to find Hancock, but the Otters do take and move on as shaken up behind the play is Martin with Struthers. Back after it, the Otters offensively, it was jumped in by Cade Robinson. Padubny looking for it. Hancock knocked it away, quickly fired out ahead. Suzuki Picks it up towards the Otters goaltender just across the line, and that's covered by Timpano. 44 seconds left and only 10 shots on goal here in the first period combined. 6 for the attack, 4 for the Otters. And not the night I'm sure goaltenders are looking for, at least to start. We'll see minimal action. Both teams have done well defensively and limited most opportunities. And unfortunate things kind of for McNiven, especially in that second goal. A long-range shot from Alan McShane goes off the shoulder and pops up high into the air and over top of him into the back of the net. Resulted in his early exit. And the Otters send it back onto the far side corner. Newman battling away. And a little takedown on Cole Cameron, but it's sent to Ramey going the other way. Waited right off the skates of his mate. And it's Kyle Pettit able to take it away and left out at center ice by Patrick Fellows. Bounced onto the near side. Skate the stick for Zappola, but that puck was still rolling in the final 10 seconds. The Otters send it back for Jordan Sambra. It's on right wing side. Newman. And the Otters guilty of an icing call here with 5.1 on the clock. Might have one last chance to get something on goal and in front. The final 5.1 after the Otters guilty of the icing call. Hancock looking to win this draw back if he can. Paul Moo line up to the right, but Erie and DeBrincat, they win the faceoff into the point. Look out, thrown out in front from the corner. Luckily for Erie, there are too many red shirts behind the net as Maximovich takes the puck to safe harbor as time runs out. Now he played 20 minutes. And it's the Otters who've been opportunistic, capitalizing 3 times. Taylor Radish with a pair. And in his first game back, Alan McShane, the other, as the Otters take a 3-0 lead into the first intermission. We'll step away for a break. We'll have the UPMC intermission report next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match fix chances, 5 cash points, 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma, so the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. There's no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners. Don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control car or CUV. Among sedans, the Mitsubishi Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $19,900. The 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at an incredible low price of only $21,990. The Lancer, Sport, and Outlander also offer top safety features and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Plus, Mitsubishi's all-wheel control is select all-wheel control. You can switch from 2-wheel to 4-wheel drive by just pushing a button. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Prices are based off of Lancer 20,805, Sport 23,090, Outlander 25,845, plus tax, title, license, and dog fee.
The Otters skate here.
Fox Sports Radio
1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney here with you. inside the UPMC intermission report. And, well, another fun one for Erie to start this thing up. 3-0 the lead. And they've already knocked out one of the top goaltenders in the Ontario Hockey League, and Michael McNiven, who saw only 3 shots on goal, played only .807, and allowed 2 goals. Not the night for Michael McNiven to start this one. A rare and odd Tuesday night matchup between the two teams, and unfortunately for Owen Sound with the schedule maker, I don't know what they did to make them mad, but Tuesday night they play here, and then nothing else because he's got a day off pretty much tomorrow. So these teams will you got to have the day off because you got to travel and do all the media stuff tomorrow, Wednesday, for the Canada-Russia series. That'll be in North Bay on Thursday. Chris Knobloch, the head coach of Team OHL in that game. On Thursday, so while that's going on, the Otters on Thursday will be traveling up to Sudbury because they got Sudbury on Friday night, Sault Ste. Marie Saturday night, then North Bay Sunday night, and then on Monday night, Chris Knobloch will be an assistant coach with Team OHL in Hamilton, where that OHL team will feature Taylor Radish and Jordan Sambrook. Well, that's a ways away, as we said, on a Tuesday night. We're already looking at next week. But we'll get back to this game and right into our Arctic Spas recap. Do you really recap? I can tell you the Otters up 3-0. You can probably guess who's the culprit getting them on the board that many times. But it's fun to go back over it. It's the Otters at 7:28 after giving up the first couple shots on goal to Owen Sound. And Troy Timpano in the zone here to start. Hasn't faced a whole lot of action, but has been sharp, especially in tight. And Erie's fortunate enough because the best opportunity the first couple minutes belonged to Owen Sound. And Kevin Hancock coming out of the near side corner after playing the puck to the point. The shot coming off the stick of Marcus Phillips, and as that pinball, the deflection in front, pokes over to the near side. That puck bouncing, rolling, and flipped up. Hancock was just, he had open net because of the deflection. And just put this one wide and off the side of the cage. This game could have been completely different if Hancock put that into the back of the net in the open 4x6 rather than the side of the cage. It would have been 1-0 Owen Sound at that time. Erie dodges a bullet with Hancock missing the net early in the first period. And after that, the Otters came on. 7:28. A power play upcoming to the Otters with a tripping call on its way. Darren Radish was hauled down during the rush. And as the Otters get the goaltender off, Timpano takes to the bench. Extra man on. And fresh was DeBrincat, Taylor Radish. It's Alex DeBrincat able to swipe the puck over to a streaking Taylor Radish entering the zone. He just winds up with a slap shot. Blows it by McNiven from the top of the right wing circle. As the Otters take a 1-0 lead, Radish his 16th of the season. And also has goals in 9 straight games. And then shortly thereafter, 41 seconds later, it's Alan McShane in his first game back after the Under-17 World Hockey Challenge. As he works his way down the right wing side, he puts a shot towards the net. Just a wrister, sailing up a bit high. That catches the shoulder of Michael McNiven, pops up high into the air, bounces down and into the back of the net. It's kind of fluky for McNiven to give up. You're not used to seeing that. But McShane gets his 4th of the season, first game back from the U17 tournament. And that was it for McNiven. Allows 2 goals on 3 shots. And the Otters are ahead 2-0. And at 10:08, with the rookie Riley Daniels in, the Otters just, that's tough. As Erie with the puck in the offensive zone, getting loose behind the D is Taylor Radish and Alex DeBrincat. They spin the defender around. It ends up pretty much a 2-on-0 in front of the net. DeBrincat gives in front to Taylor Radish, the easy tap in on the backhand. No chance for Riley Daniels, who came in relief for McNiven, as the Otters ahead 3-0 after 20 minutes of play. Shots on goal, 6-4 in favor of Owen Snow, but Erie has bested the goaltenders 3 times thus far. We'll step away for a break, and when we come back, we'll check the out-of-town scoreboard right after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
You know what's better than cozying up to a warm fire? Cozying up to a fire with Tim Hortons' new salted caramel hot chocolate. What's better than the first skate of the season? The first skate with Tim's creamy white hot chocolate. What's better than a walk in the park? A walk with, you guessed it, Tim Hortons classic hot chocolate. And now for a limited time at Tim Hortons, you can enjoy a small classic salted caramel or white hot chocolate for just $1 plus tax. So go ahead, make this season even better at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back here inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney with you inside the UPMC Intermission Report. After the first 20 minutes, all Otters 3-0 after one. Otters getting a pair of goals from Taylor Radish. Alan McShane in his first game back, he's on the board as well. And a 3-0 lead for Erie after one period. And they've already chased one of the league's best goaltenders, and Michael McNiven done. Allows 2 goals on 3 shots as he is departed the game in favor of Riley Daniels. Gives up 2 goals. Yeah, just seconds apart, under a minute apart, as the Otters ahead. We got to look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You Otter be staying with the best. There's only one other game here on this Tuesday evening. That's the Peterborough with the Pete's up 1-0 over the Niagara Ice Dogs. Logan DeNoble, the only goal for the Pete's, with 6 minutes to play in the first period. We got to take our last break. We got the second coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney here with you. Start of the second period, and quick whistle right off the bat. 7 seconds in, offside Owen sound. Welcome you back in here. The Otters take 3-0 lead after 1 period of play. Taylor Radish, a pair of goals. Alan McShane in his first game back with the Otters after the Under-17 World Hockey Challenge. He's got his 4th of the season. The Otters ahead by 3. And they've already chased Michael McNiven and allowed 2 goals on 3 shots. And Erie in some trouble here inside their own zone as they try to chip it up the near wall. Maximich couldn't clear. Paul Moo down for Centorami, who's pinched in. Now Schmalz coming out of the near side corner with Paul Moo. Schmalz up the wall, gives off left wing sideline. And here's Friend with a pat stop made on the slapper from the blue line. And off goes Erie out to center. DeBrincat tripped up, I think his own stick, and then got hit for his troubles by Friend, who stood him up. And it's Owen down with the puck. Up on ahead for Matt Schmalz. TJ Fergus steps in front of him, moves it on for his partner, Darren Radish. Up ahead for Taylor Radish with a man just gone. Radish flying right wing side. Overskated a bit, past the stop, handoff. Cernak tripped up by his own legs, caught up on himself. And off they go the other way. Suzuki goes between legs and the dish out in front off the side of the cage, defended by Sambrook. Cernak back in action in the Otters zone. Stripped to the puck, though, by Hancock. Moved back down low for Hancock on the play by Duda. Suzuki back on. Behind the net, Sambrook takes the puck from him. Slides up the far wall and chopped on out by Taylor Radish, who makes his way to the bench for Brett Newman to swap with him. 90 seconds in. 3-0 here, second period at the Erie Insurance Arena. Third time between the Otters and Owentown attack here on this in this building. As Newman gives off, turned over, look out, Suzuki fires, kicked out. by Timpano. Sandbrook back in his own area. Gives off to his partner, Cernak. Played up the far wall, stolen away just on. It's Paul Moo trying to play it to the goal. That's deflected wide. Napola comes near side. Leaves it out to the blue line. A shot off the stick of Jersey off the body. Skips onto the near corner, giving right back to Sean Jersey. Holds and waits. Load it down low for Paul Moo. Rolls off of his twig, and from the circle on the backhand, Sandbrook sends it down ice. Doesn't have enough steam for icing. As it crosses the goal line, Owen down, wins the race to the dot. Face-off coming to the Otters zone. They were skating a bit in their own end. Sandbrook doubled over as he heads back. He's got to stay on because of the change, as is Sandbrook. Or rather, Cernak, two defenders for Erie. They got to stay out and play. And the icing call they're guilty of, the infraction, a shot here right off the face-off from Cole Cameron. Stick to the near corner of the Otters goaltender, Timpano. Worked on for Cernak and quickly cross-ice. Fellows skipped up on ahead. Erie will fire it in from center. And Pettit ties up Phillips and allows the puck to come free as Erie changes behind the play. After the icing call, Suzuki holding at his own line. Cameron and then on left wing side, played up ahead. Off the stick of Alan McShane and flicked all the way down towards Erie ice. Sides down to the near side, Zapola, Darren Radish, also Ivan Lodny out here. He looks on, skating ahead. Between one man, chips it to himself, but it's picked off, and they have the puck as it tries. Suzuki, one-timer over the cage. So he's set up. They went high to low, and then trying to set up Suzuki. Goes to the blue line instead. Phillips fires off a leg wide. Back on the far wall, here's Suzuki. Out here with Paul Moo and Duda. Taken away by 27 in white. That's for the Otters as the Erie Otters. Biley flips it ahead off his own man. Erie offside. No tough job, but Owen Sound has the puck. That's the turnover. This period alone, a couple turnovers inside Erie's own end. By themselves, a chance in front. Kicked out, and Hancock robbed by Timpano on the play in front. Another shot towards the goal. That's fought off. Defended by the stick of Darren Radish as Biley will skate out to center ice. And flip it in from the right wing side, but Dubney will chase it. So the Otters can get into trouble. Saw it last week in that afternoon game against Guelph. Second period, take the foot off the gas and turnovers in the zone. All of a sudden, you find yourself tied in that situation as they stop the flow and slow things down as Timpano along the crease on a sharp angle drive by Kevin Hancock. Scoops up the puck and holds on. 16-11 to play second period. And they can. They're not afraid. They'll just fire the puck. Anytime they really can. 41 shots on goal. Tuxton touched on it a bit in the first period. A bit in the first period. A bit in the first period. have been the first period. Would 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 have been the first period. have been in the first period. Would 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 have been in the first period.